appropriate.
El fiscal responde que piensa que le envió la recomendación el primer grupo de las recomendaciones, pero dice, yo te recomiendo que lo dejes salir para ser supervisado por la agencia de servicios previos al juicio. Pienso que la gravedad del caso es tal de que podría dársele libertad condicional provisional. Sí tiene delitos graves previos, pero son bastante antiguos y pienso por las circunstancias de ese caso actual, por ser algo leve, se le puede supervisar por la agencia de servicios previos al juicio y así se minimiza el riesgo de darse la fuga y de no cumplir.
Mr. LaPrade, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So,
El señor Pratt no se opone a eso.
and so, sir, I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services.
Bueno, señor, sí le voy a permitir que sea liberado de la cárcel para ser supervisado y monitoreado por la agencia de servicios previos al juicio, pretrial services.
But I need you to come back to court. Are you willing to come back to your court date, sir?
Pero necesito que regrese a la corte cuando se le diga. ¿Usted dice que sí se presentará?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
Right. Because if you don't do that, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest. You're going to get arrested again, and you'll probably not be released the next time.
Porque si no se presenta cuando se le diga, señor, lo van a arrestar de nuevo y probablemente no lo dejen salir la siguiente vez que no se presente y que lo detengan.
I'm ordering that you not possess any firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, and do not return to any Target store.
Le voy a prohibir posesión de armas de fuego, de licor o droga y de no regresar a cualquier tienda Target.
And I'm setting your preliminary hearing. That's going to be on May 13th, 1:30 in the afternoon.
La próxima audiencia será una audiencia preliminar el 13 de mayo a la 1:30 por la tarde.
Please stay in contact with your attorney because they can keep you up to date about what all is going on with your case.
Por favor, siga en contacto con el abogado que se le designe porque ellos le pueden mantener informado de lo que está sucediendo en su caso.
Thank you, sir. You are excused.
Gracias, señor. Puede retirarse. Es todo. And may the interpreter excuse you, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. And just to confirm real quick, at the jail, we have no other Spanish speakers. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Have a great day.
Thank you. You as well.
Excuse me, Your Honor. We're going to bring Mr. Jones on felony number 7.
All right. We can do that. Thank you. We got 23, I think. Morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Pima Jones.
Jones, give me just a second and I will get back to you. So, sir, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed kidnapping and aggravated assault and Pete Airway. Those are both alleged to be acts of domestic violence. You are presumed innocent of those allegations, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. And you also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm going to appoint one for you right now, and that's going to be the Pima County Public Defender. In order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the information in the interim complaint, reviewed the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is recommending that I hold you on a $50,000 cash or secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, I'll just note that this case does involve allegations of intimate partner strangulation that correlates with future potential lethal interactions for the victims of those crimes. So, Your Honor, given that and just the nature of the offense, we're asking for that $50,000 bond.
All right, thank you, Mr. LaPrade.
Judge, I'd ask you consider pretrial release. He doesn't have any prior felonies or misdemeanors. He does not have an NVCA flag. He's a 1 on the NCA scale, 1 on the FTA scale, which is not surprising considering he's 39 years old and hasn't run afoul of the law. If the court is inclined to hold, I might ask you to hold him on no more than a $10,000 bond.
All right, thank you very much. The court does note the lack of other criminal history. However, the allegations, while you're presumed innocent, sir, as alleged in the interim complaint, are very concerning. For that reason, the court's going to hold you on a $40,000 cash and secured bond, sir. If you post that bond, you get out of custody. You're going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Additionally, sir, I'm ordering the following: that you not possess any firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no contact whatsoever with the alleged victim. No contact means no contact. That means no messaging, no phone calls from the jail. If you were to get out of custody, sir, no contact when you're out of custody. Additionally, do not go back to the victim's residence and or place of work. Next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on May 4th, 1:30 in the afternoon, and that's going to be in Pima County Justice Court. But the important thing there, sir, is just to stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender, because they can keep you up to speed on what all's going on with that, sir. And one last thing is that if you do get out of custody, you got to come back to court, sir. If you don't do that, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Find yourself back in that same seat. You, sir, are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Mr. Alexander No refused to come to court today.
All right, we can continue him to this evening. Mr. LaPrat, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
That's what we're going to do. And sir, at the jail, could you please tell me your name?
Warren Pruitt.
All right, just a second. And so, Mr. Pruitt, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charge alleging that you failed to appear in relation to a disorderly conduct allegation alleged to be an act of domestic violence. That's at a Green Valley Justice Court. If I release you, sir, will you come back to court?
Yes.
All right, really important that you do that, because if you don't, then you'll probably get a new warrant for your arrest, and you may find yourself in the exact same seat that you're in right now. And so additionally, sir, I'm going to order that you commit no acts of domestic violence, no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the victim. And so your next court date, sir, is going to be 1 week from today. That's going to be on April 30th, Thursday, April 30th, 8:30 in the morning. It's going to be in Green Valley Justice Court. So it's important that you head down there rather than downtown. And you'll get that address on the paperwork if you're not familiar with where it is. And one last thing, and then we're done. It's important that you come back to that court date, sir, because I think I said this, but you could get a warrant. So attendance is crucial. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, but I was just placed on IPS and I'm waiting for the caseload for me to get a probation officer, and then I'm going to a inpatient rehab.
Well, that's good to hear. That's a good thing, sir. So the only court date I have down there for right now is on April 30th. So I'm assuming that you're still in contact with your attorney.
Yeah, I could be, yes.
Okay, so what I would recommend doing is just have a chat with them about getting that court date continued. It should be possible, but actually somewhat easy to do that. It's just a simple motion that can be filed, and that's something that should be able to be done on your behalf, sir. But because I don't know of another good date to pick for you right now, I can't do that right now, but it shouldn't be a problem to move that date. You just need to file something simple. All right, sir. So that takes.
Is it going to be the same? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good, sir. What's the question?
Is it going to be the same public defender that I have up here?
I would recommend reaching out to. Yes, I would recommend reaching out to them as just kind of someone that may be able to help facilitate that. They have social workers within their office, and so they may be able to hand it off to someone within their office that can assist you better. I would just recommend that you do it yourself, but given that you're going to be in custody until you get released directly to inpatient rehab, that's going to provide a bit of a predicament to you doing it yourself. So I'd reach out to your attorney, let them know the circumstance, and then it should be possible to get that taken care of.
Okay, sir, thank you.
You got it. Have a good day.
For Rodriguez.
Yes. I mean, I'm fine with that, but. Morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Mr. Rodriguez?
I'm sorry. Could you say it again?
Christopher Rodriguez.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, there you are. All right. All right, so Mr. Rodriguez, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charge that alleges that you committed promoting prison contraband. And you're presumed innocent of that, sir. Anything you say about it could be used against you. And additionally, you do have the right to remain silent. I'm going to appoint an attorney. It's going to be the Pima County Public Defender to represent you, sir. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $5,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, I believe he's in custody on other charges. Other than that, nothing additional.
Okay, thank you, Mr. LaPrade.
So he is in custody on other charges. I'm looking, one of those has a $35,000 bond, so he's unlikely to get out anyways. I'd ask to bond up $1,000.
All right, that's what I'll do. It's going to be a $1,000 cash secured bond on this matter. So, Mr. Rodriguez, if you do post that bond, you get out of, well, you post both your bonds. You're going to be supervised by pretrial, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. No firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. And then setting your preliminary hearing, that's going to be on May 4th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you do get out, sir, it's important that you come back to court, because if you don't do that, you'll get a warrant for your arrest. You'll probably be in the same seat you're in now. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. You are excused.
Stand up, please. Go ahead.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Manuel Hernandez Garza.
All right, Mr. Hernandez Garza. This is or Mr. Garza. Is it hyphenated or just Garza with a Hernandez as a middle?
Yeah, just Garza.
Gotcha. All right. So this is your initial appearance, sir. Seeing you on a couple things. Actually, looks like it's just one thing. It's going to be out of actually two things. So I got a matter out of Justice Court and a matter out of Tucson City Court. We're going to talk about the Justice Court matter first, and then we'll talk city. So on the city matter, I've seen you on charges that allege you failed to appear in relation to a shoplifting allegation, and you are presumed innocent of that, sir. And so on that, and also pretrial services is noting a history of failing to appear with you. So I'm going to hold you on a $500 cash secured bond. So your next court date's actually going to be tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's going to be for a video review, assuming that you're still in custody. If you're out, then you need to come back to court. Your attorney is Robin Ald, and so I've included their information on the paperwork that you're going to get. And if you do get out, sir, just a reminder while I'm ordering not to go back to the incident location, so please don't do that. And then that takes care of the city matter. I'm sorry, the justice court matter. On the city matter, that, sir, involves new charges that allege that you possessed drug paraphernalia. It's alleged to have happened last night about 11 o'clock in the evening. You are presumed innocent of that as well. Anything you say about it could be used against you. And so on that, I am going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond. Set a next court date for you. That's going to be on May 1st for a video review. That's going to be at 1:45 in the afternoon. And additionally, going to order that you no alcohol, illegal drugs, appointed the city public defender to represent you, sir. And it's important that you come back to court, sir, because not only could a warrant issue for your arrest, but as it relates to the city court matter, trial could go forward in your absence. If you were convicted at that trial, cannot be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction because you were not present, then you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand that, sir?
Sir.
Thank you. You are excused.
Hunter?
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Morning.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Quadra Hunter.
We're going to need to get the interpreter. And at the jail, we're going to need Miss Ontiveros, Gisea Ontiveros back. She's the Spanish speaker where we're working on getting the interpreter back. And so, sir, I'm sorry. Tell me your name again.
Quadra Hunter.
Thank you. I apologize about that. All right. So, Mr. Hunter, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed a moving traffic offense out of Agua Fria Justice Court. And so on that, sir, if I let you out, will you go to court up there? It's important that you show up in Agua Fria, which is up in Tolleson, because if that doesn't happen, you're going to get a new warrant and then you'll probably get arrested again. Are you willing to go to that court date, sir?
Yes, I appeared over the phone, but my transportation had some issues, so I couldn't go there to sign the papers. And I had in mind that I had to do that.
All right,
And,
well, that's all right. I'm willing to
yes.
give you a fresh slate now. So what I'm doing, sir, is I'm going to set a court date for you. It's going to be 1 week from today at 9 o'clock in the morning. So if you're like, dang, I can't be up there in the Phoenix area next Thursday, that's okay. But you have to reach out to that courthouse ahead of time. You can probably file a motion or continue over the phone potentially. You got to get that court date moved because if you don't show up and you don't, without a good reason to, without getting that court date moved, then you're going to get a new warrant. Does that make sense, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so you'll get paperwork that has the info for the courthouse on it and the court date and all that. So that should take care of it, sir. You are excused.
Okay. Thank you.
You got it.
Banner?
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Roy Lewis Manor.
All right, Mr. Manor, this is your initial appearance. I am seeing you on charges that allege that you committed various acts of domestic violence. It looks like it's 5 counts of disorderly conduct, 4 of which are alleged to be acts of domestic violence.
Judge, we've got a fire alarm going off here.
Oh boy. All right, I'll hang tight. I see the strobe flashing.
It's really unpleasant.
Right?
Fastest turnaround on a fire alarm I've ever seen. I like it. All right, so, and again, sir, Mr. Manor, welcome back. Long time no see. Let me grab your file. All right, so again, 5 counts, all disorderly conduct, 4 of which are alleged to be acts of domestic violence. Give me just a moment. All right, so sir, if I, let me take a look at this. I'm reviewing the information from pretrial services. It does list 5 different victims. Most of which information on whether or not they're okay with your release and further contact could not be learned. However, looks like your father, or who I think is your father, Mr. Stoko. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right.
That is my stepfather.
Okay, all right, thank you. And just, you do have the right to remain silent, so I appreciate you confirming that part of it, but just as far as anything else that may have happened during this alleged incident, please don't tell me anything about that. Let's see.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, so what I'm gonna do, sir, is I'm gonna release you, but I'm gonna order that you have, because I say that because the pretrial services metrics reflect that you're a 2 out of 6 on the new criminal activity scale and a 1 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale. So that's what is defined to be a low risk according to their metric. But it's a couple things are important, sir. I am gonna release you. Your next court date's gonna be on May 19th. It's gonna be at 9 o'clock in the morning. And that's going to be in Justice Court. You'll get information on where Justice Court is if you're not familiar on the paperwork you get. I'm also going to order that you possess no alcohol or illegal drugs, consume none either, no firearms or weapons, no acts of domestic violence. I'm going to order no contact with the alleged victims except for Mr. Stoko. Again, I'm saying that wrong, but because he is the one, he has indicated that he was okay with your continued contact. However, he did object to your release. I'll note that for the record, but given the other information I have, I am willing to release you. So I'm indicating no contact with the alleged victims except Mr. Stoko.
And
No problem. And that includes not going to any of the victims' residence or places of work except for Mr. Stoko.
of course.
And your next court date, as I said, May 19th. It's going to be 9 o'clock in the morning. And so it's important that you come back to that court date, because if you don't do that, then a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. So you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thanks. You are excused.
Thank you, sir.
And
Hello, Your Honor. This is the interpreter. I was advised that there was another person that needed an interpreter.
Yes, I apologize about that. We had I missed something with one of our earlier individuals. So, Jail, if we could get Miss Ontiveros next, that's Josiah. I think I'm saying that somewhat correctly. If we could get her next, that would be great.
yes, sir, I have her on the way. She was in one of the housing units again.
Okay, no problem. And my apologies again for the runaround on that. And sir, the gentleman that just got out of the chair, we could take you real quick while we wait for her to get back. Just keep things moving. And sir, could you please tell me your name?
Sure, Kevin James Staley?
Mr. Staley, this is your initial appearance, sir.
Yes,
I am seeing you on charges that allege that you committed assault, alleged to be an act of domestic violence. And you're presumed innocent of that, and anything you say about it could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. So just a second. All right, court does note, looking at pretrial services, that you are listed as a 5 out of 6 on the new criminal activity scale, a 4 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale. The court further notes that the alleged victim indicated that she is not okay with further contact, and you are not welcome to return, and that she objects to your release. So given the pretrial services information and so forth, I am going to hold you, sir. That's going to be on a $1,000 cash secured bond. And
Okay, any chance of lowering that?
no, not, no,
Signature or anything?
no, sir, I'm not willing to do that. So,
Okay, I haven't read my allegations, Your Honor.
yeah, so it's one count of assault alleged to be an act of domestic violence. So
I don't,
So you'll learn more information about that. Your court date's going to be in 1 week. That's a week from today on Thursday, 8:30 in the morning. That's going to be in Green Valley Justice Court. And so what should happen at that time is you should get a copy of your police reports. I'm also appointing an attorney to represent you so they can guide you through this process, potentially get that information sooner and so forth.
$1,000 cash?
Cash or secured. So if you talk to a bail bond person, they can kind of break that down for you. You don't have to put up $1,000 cash.
Is there familiarity with how that works at all?
It's
Just call the number or something?
Yeah, so there you could probably get that question answered at the jail, the difference between the two of them. But essentially, you could put up other things besides cash to satisfy that bond. And yeah, Mr. LePrad might even be. I don't want to volunteer him, but I just did. He may be able to provide you some slight information on the difference between the two. And so I am going to appoint an attorney, as I said.
Okay,
And just a second.
so this is gonna go on in Green Valley, Justice Court on La Canada?
Yes, that's right.
Okay,
And so I'm appointing Anna Dennis to represent you, sir. And so
Okay.
her information is going to be on the paperwork that you are going to get. And as I said, your next court date, next Thursday, 8:30 in the morning. No firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim whatsoever. That means if you remain in the jail, no phone calls, no texting, no nothing.
what if she has my belongings? How do I go about that?
Okay,
So I gotta get an officer.
so that's a good question. So
Yeah.
if you do get out of custody, sir, what I'm doing is I'm checking a box that says that you can return to the residence one time with police to pick up your belongings. That's a fairly common practice. So if you call like the sheriff's department down there or Saurita, depending on which jurisdiction it actually falls in, one of them should be able to escort you to the residence to get those belongings. So you can do
Okay,
that.
so that's my only relative in town.
Okay, well,
Um,
I mean, so this is the condition of you being. First of all, I'm not releasing you, but if you do get out, I'm ordering that you have no contact with the alleged victim. So
okay.
there's a protocol for you getting your belongings back, and I just
Yes, sir.
explained it to you, and you'll have that box checked on your paperwork. But as far as finding a different residence or anything like that, fortunately, there's not a whole lot I can do to assist with that. But there are some logistical hurdles you're going to have to clear. But I
So I'm not allowed to premises there either at her house?
that's correct. Yeah, in fact,
Or any contact anywhere else in society or anything like that? Like where she gets gas or anything like
no contact. I mean, so you can go to if you happen to have the same gas station as her, you can go to the same gas station. But
Okay.
you can't walk up to her when she's pumping gas and try and chat her up. So that's the difference between the two things there. So, sir, it's important that you come back to that court date if you are out of custody, because if you don't do that, you are going to get a warrant for your arrest. All right, you are excused, sir.
Okay. Okay. So that's.
All right, and we have the interpreter on.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Miss Ontiveros, welcome back.
Bueno, señorita Ontiveros, bienvenida de nuevo.
All right, and so I neglected to set a bond in your matter, so give me just a second.
Omití fijar una fianza en su asunto, entonces si me permite un segundito.
I need you to. Okay. Got it. Okay. All right. So again, on the theft of means allegations out of Cochise County.
Muy bien, de nuevo con respecto a la acusación de robo de un medio de transporte de condado de Cochise.
I'm going to hold you on a $5,000 cash secured bond on that matter.
Voy a fijar una fianza de $5,000 en efectivo o cantidad avalada.
However, I believe you have that federal hold, so you're probably not getting out, even if you were to post the bond.
Sin embargo, usted tiene una orden de retención federal, entonces aunque logre pagar esa fianza, pero lo más probable es que no estaría puesta o no la dejarían puesta en libertad.
Yes, and I did just confirm that you are being detained without bond, so $5,000 bond, ma'am, and that takes care of it.
Muy bien, entonces me cabe informar también que está detenida sin costo de fianza, entonces ya voy a poner esa fianza de $5,000 y ya, con eso ya estuvo.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Gracias, ya puede retirarse.
Felix.
Yeah, thanks. All right, good morning. Could you please tell me your name?
Mariana Marisela Felix.
All right, just a second, Ms. Felix. All right, I am seeing you on a couple matters at a Tucson City Court. One alleges that you are in violation of the terms of your probation that were imposed in relation to a domestic violence matter. And then the other alleges that you committed a new act of domestic violence, and that is alleged to have happened yesterday. Hang on, sir. Ma'am, hold on. So you do have the right to remain silent, and it's important that you not say anything about what may or may not have happened, because you're saying in an open court, this is all reported. Anything you say could be used against you, and so it's important not to talk about that. And you're presumed innocent of it as well. So I'm not making any sort of judgment as to whether or not you're guilty right now. That's not for today. In any event, ma'am, the new charges allege one count of criminal damage alleged to be an act of domestic violence, another count alleging possession of drug paraphernalia. And so on all this stuff, you're presumed innocent. I am going to hold you on a $1,500 cash secured bond. Additionally, I'm ordering that you commit no acts of domestic violence, no contact of any kind with Bobby Bernal Elenes. Do not go to the victim's residence or the incident location. I'm appointing the city public defender to represent you, ma'am. And so they'll be in contact with you. Your next court date is on April 29th. That's next Wednesday at 1:30 in the afternoon. So you'll be seen at that time. If you do post bond, you get back out of custody. It's important that you show up to your court dates, because not only could you get a warrant for your arrest if you don't, but trial could go forward in your absence. If you were convicted at that trial and could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction because you did not show up for sentencing, then you could lose the ability to appeal your conviction. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes,
All right. Any
how
questions?
can,
Sure.
how can I do the bail thing? I don't have anybody to call.
I can't help
I
you.
can,
I can't help you with that, ma'am. Some of those logistical questions may be able to be answered by jail staff. They may have some basic information on that. You should be able to make a phone call while you're there. But in terms of the logistics of getting it posted, calling a bail bond company and so forth, I can't assist you with that, ma'am. All right, thank you. You're excused. Good morning, ma'am.
good morning.
Could you please tell me your name?
Amber Gail Pimentel.
Pimentel, this is your initial appearance. Seen you on a couple matters. All right, so I'm seeing you on two matters out of Tucson City Court. One alleges a new act of domestic violence, alleging one count of assault, one count of disorderly conduct that's alleged to have happened this morning about 12:30 in the morning. Then it looks like you have another matter that involves domestic violence charges. And so on these two matters, ma'am, give me just a second. I'm going to review pretrial services real quick. Okay, so the alleged victim is in your release and is okay with further contact and indicates that you're welcome to return at the shared residence. And that's Amy, of course. Miss Amy Pimentel is the alleged victim. And so court does have concerns, though, that you appear to be pending in a domestic violence case alleging assault and disorderly conduct, similar allegations. And in fact, the victim in this case is the same as the victim in the other case. And so the court is going to order that you be held on a $250 cash secured bond. And going to set a next court date that's going to be on April 28th. So that's going to be next Wednesday. Next Tuesday, actually, excuse me. April 28th. It's going to be at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In front of Judge Hale. So if you post a bond, really important that you come back to that court date, ma'am. Because if you don't, you're going to get another warrant. Also, trial could go forward in your absence if you weren't there for trial and were convicted at that trial, couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, then you would lose the ability to appeal the conviction. I'm appointing the city public defender to represent you and ordering that you consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, no further acts of domestic violence. Thank you, ma'am. You are excused.
Thanks.
Ponder.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
All right, can you please tell me your name?
Lindsay Ponder.
All right, Ms. Ponder, this is your initial appearance. I'm suing you on charges that allege that you committed criminal trespass in the 3rd degree and that you refuse to give your true name and that you possess drug paraphernalia. And on all of those matters, you are presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And if I release you, will you come back to court?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
So
Please correct me.
you're good. And so I am going to release you. And your next court date is going to be on May 21st. So I'm going to write that down on the paperwork you get. That's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning in front of Judge Bond in Tucson City Court.
Agreeable.
And it's important that you come back to that court date because if you don't do that, warrants not only are you probably going to get a warrant for your arrest, but trial could go forward in your absence. If trial went forward in your absence and you were convicted at that trial and could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction because you didn't show up, then you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Understand your.
All right, thank you. You are excused.
Here you go.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Please tell me your name.
Thomas Andrew Irigoyen.
All right, just a second. All right, so this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a total of 7 counts of misdemeanors, all of which are alleged to be acts of domestic violence. There are 2 counts of disorderly conduct fighting, 2 counts of disorderly conduct, 4 counts of disorderly conduct fighting, 2 counts of assault, and then 1 count of criminal damage. On all these matters, you're presumed innocent, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent. And I am reviewing the information from pretrial services.
Austin.
All right, so all of the alleged victims here are okay with your release from custody and do not object to your return. So I'm willing to do that because I do note that the pretrial services metrics suggest that you present a low risk. However, certain conditions, sir. So you're going to be ordered to not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. No further acts of domestic violence. I shouldn't say further. Nothing's been proven yet. And you need to come back to court too. Your court date's going to be on May 28th. That's going to be at 9:30 in the morning going to be in front of Judge Verena in Tucson City Courts. And if you don't come back for that, sir, not only could you get a warrant, but trial could go forward in your absence. If you were convicted at that trial and didn't show up within 90 days of that conviction to be sentenced, you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You are excused.
Judge, could we get that time and date again?
Yes, it's May 28th, and that's going to be at 9:30 in the morning in front of Judge Verena.
And one more question. Am
Sure.
I being released?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. That's going to be on your promise to appear.
Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
Your Honor.
Good morning. Could you please tell me your name?
Olivia Lawson, Olivia Irene Lawson.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Lawson. This is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you failed to appear in relation to an assault allegation. You're presumed innocent of that, and you do have the
Good.
right to remain silent. And anything you say about it could be used against you. Just a second.
Mm-hmm.
So if I release you, ma'am, will you come back to court?
Yes, sir. I tried to go to court before, but I was always in the hospital when my court dates appeared.
Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that you spent some time in the hospital, but it's really important that you make it there to that court date. It's going to be
Okay.
it's going to be on May 21st, and it's going to be
What date does that land on?
that's a Thursday, I'm pretty sure.
Thursday. Okay, good. Okay,
Confirm that. Yeah, it's a Thursday.
thank you.
No problem. And that's going to be at 9:30 in the morning.
Good.
It's going to be in front of Judge Bond in Tucson City Court. And so it's really important that you come back to that court date, because if you don't, then you're probably going to get another warrant. You may someday find yourself in the same seat you're in now after
Mhm.
getting arrested on that warrant. And so I'm going to also order that you have no contact of any kind with the alleged victim, and do not go to the alleged victim's residence or place of work. And then that takes care of it, ma'am. One last, and I'll take your question in a second, but so it's important that you come back, not only because of the warrant, but also trial could go forward in your absence. If you didn't show up for that trial and you were convicted and couldn't be sentenced within 90 days, you could lose the ability to appeal the conviction. And what's your question, ma'am?
Which one are you talking about as far as staying away from the
Just a second. I can.
alleged victim?
Yeah, just a second. I can tell you that. That's a good question.
Okay, can you write Thursday on here so I know that date? Thank you. Thank you.
I do not see the name of the alleged victim in the file, and I've looked at it, I think, every single page in this file, and no name. So as far as I can tell. So I can't give you additional information other than letting you know that this incident is alleged to have happened back in 2021. And so if you remember an incident that may or may not have happened in 2021, where you were probably arrested and alleged to have assaulted someone, please don't have contact with that person if you remember those details. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you. Mama, release.
Yes. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
Please tell me your name.
Christina St. Clair.
I'm in St. Clair. I'm seeing you on 4 charges that allege acts of domestic violence, 2 counts of disorderly conduct language, and then 1 count of criminal damage, 1 count of assault. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And you do have the right to remain silent, of course. And so just a second, I'm reviewing the information from pretrial services. So the information I have is that the alleged victims are Carmela and Lauren St. Clair. So if I release you from custody, are you willing to have no contact with them? While your case is playing out, this isn't like a forever thing, but I'm ordering it today. Let me tell you why I'm ordering it. I'm ordering it because pretrial services typically, they try to get information from the victims and see if they are okay with having further contact with you, having you released from custody and so forth. And information from Carmela and Lauren could not be like they weren't able to get a hold of them. So because I don't know where their head's at on all this, I need to order that you have no contact with them. They may in fact be okay with that. And if they come forward in the future and say so to the court or the Victim Services Division of the City Prosecutor's Office, that can be changed. That condition can be changed by a judge later, just not today. So a condition of your release is going to be that you have no contact with them. Are you willing to do that?
Yes, I don't have anywhere to go.
Okay, just a second. And so there's additional information here that says, so do Carmela and Lauren do they live at that address on Alturas as well? Is that, what did you say?
I said yes,
Okay,
and I have nowhere to go.
okay. Well, ma'am, I need you to have no contact with them in the short term. So, Jeff, until a judge says otherwise, a different judge says otherwise. So, pretrial services was able to get a hold of your husband, Jeff, and he indicated that, he can assist with, helping you upon your release from custody, what's called third-party custody to her. So that is a good thing. So once you get out of the jail, work with him and identify a new place that you can be at, unless and until a judge says that it's okay for you to go back to that Alturas address. Do you understand that, ma'am?
When is it?
So your next court date is going to be, on May 26th. You can potentially get a court date sooner than that, though. If you ask for a sooner one with Tucson City Court. All right, so just because I'm setting a court date a month from now doesn't mean that you have to wait that long to have a judge talk more about that issue. However, you would need to ask for a sooner court date, and so you can do that by showing up at the courthouse and, basically asking to get a court date sooner for that reason. But I am releasing you. I've told you what the conditions are. I need you to follow them, and then that will take care of it. Just a second. Also ordering that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, and that you need to come back to court. And again, that next court date, May 26th, 1:30 in the afternoon. And that's going to be in front of Judge Bond. And so that takes care of it. Thank you very much. You are excused.
One quick question,
Sure.
when can I leave?
The jail?
Yeah,
Yeah, it'll be in probably about an hour or two from now. My understanding is that they have to process you out, so you'll probably be out of there right around noon or so is my guess. But the correct,
and am I able to leave?
like, leave the jail? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I am releasing you. So you are,
anywhere else as far as like I just have to go live at a different facility, home for a while,
Yeah,
right?
that's the condition is that you can go anywhere except that Alturas address. And that takes care of it. All right, thank you. Morning, sir.
Born
Tell me your name.
Sean Allen Berglund.
Berglund, this is your initial appearance. Seen you on a couple things. Seen you on charges that allege that you committed a child or counsel waive reading.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to waive reading of the allegations, but you're being seen on 3 felony charges, and also seeing you on a Tucson City Court matter. So as to the felony matter, you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about it could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for the hearing, I reviewed the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services, and the state's recommendation. And that is that I hold you on a $10,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Taylor, anything further?
Your Honor, nothing additional at this time.
All right, Mr. LaPrade.
Your Honor, I'd ask the court consider releasing him to pretrial services. I'll note that the most serious charge he's faced with did not result in anyone getting hurt. And now he's certainly on notice to take remedial measures. He's got long-standing and verified ties to the community. Mother is willing to take third-party custody. He's only a 2 on the FTA scale. Additionally, it looks like he's full-time employed as a floor installer, and I don't want to jeopardize his future employment. If the court is unwilling to release him to pretrial, I'd ask a bond of no more than $4,000.
All right, just a second. All right, sir, I am going to hold you on a bond of $7,500. It's going to be a cash or secured bond. And if you post that bond, then you're going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with.
Sure.
And additionally, I'm ordering that you possess no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Do not drive without a valid driver's license. No contact with the alleged victim, the minor child, unless and until a judge orders otherwise. And if I haven't said this, public defender is going to represent you, sir. Next court date's a preliminary hearing. That's on May 4th, 1:30 in the afternoon. Please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender because they can tell you more about that and what else is going on. Also, I inadvertently told you that you had a case out of Tucson City Court. That was incorrect. You do not have that. So it's just this matter. One last thing is that you need to come back to future court dates because if you do not do that, sir, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're excused.
What's up? I don't know. Good luck.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Victor Morales.
All right, Mr. Morales, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed waive reading on this. counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it's one count, and Mr. LaPrat can show it to you or tell you about it. But you're presumed innocent of that, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about it could be used against you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, actually, I'm appointing the public defender as well. In order to prepare for this hearing, to review the information from pretrial services, the state's recommendation, and the information in the interim complaint. State's recommending a $10,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, this is only a class 6 felony, as in the interim complaint, and Your Honor, he does not have any prior felony history. I would note, Your Honor, that he does have prior domestic violence history, and this is a domestic violence offense. And again, Your Honor, the nature of the alleged offenses is concerning, so I believe that $2,000 bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you, Mr. LaPrat.
I'd ask bond no more than $5,000. She's a 2 and 2 on the NCA FTA scale. Looks like he's also got verified full-time employment as a barber and longstanding ties to the community.
All right, thank you. I am going to hold you, sir, on that $5,000 cash secured bond. And if you post that bond, you're going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Also going to order that you possess no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victims, sir. And so your next court date's a preliminary hearing. That's on May 4th, 1:30 in the afternoon. Please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender because they can tell you more about what's coming, if anything's coming. And so additionally, it's important that you come back to court date, sir, because if you don't do that, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand? All right, thank you. And that's a yes, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Hold on, $5,000 bond. Here, continue your motion and get that locked out. Yes. So the page locked. Yeah, but all that number.
So that number first.
Yeah.
There's
And I'll wait reading on this defendant too, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so good morning, ma'am. Could you please tell me your name?
Gabrielle Erickson.
All right, Ms. Erickson, this is your initial appearance. I'm going to waive reading of the allegations. And you're presumed innocent of them, and you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say could be used against you. Going to appoint an attorney. It's going to be the Pima County legal defender. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $10,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, I believe, at least looking at pretrial, it appears that Ms. Erickson is on probation or another matter. Given her felony history, that she was on probation and the nature of this offense, I believe that $10,000 bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you, Mr. LaPrat.
Yeah, I'll just note that there's a probation hold, so it looks like she won't be getting out anyways. I asked $5,000.
Thank you. I'm going to impose a $7,500 cash secured bond. Ms. Erickson, if you're probably not going to get out because of that probation hold, but if you do, you're going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. No firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim. And I'm also noting the APO hold. We also have a city court matter we're going to talk about.
State court matter?
Yes,
What is that?
I'll tell you in a second. It's a misdemeanor, but let me tell you, and I didn't say this, but your preliminary hearing is going to be on May 4th. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon. The city court matter alleges theft of property. That's alleged to have happened on January 5th of 2026, about 3:30 in the afternoon. You are presumed innocent of that as well. On that one, I am going to release you. However, I'm going to set what's called a non-transport review. It's going to be on May 15th.
What does that mean?
Basically, it means that you're probably going to still be in custody on, well, I shouldn't say probably. There's a good chance that you're going to be in custody still on the felony stuff. So it's a hearing to see what the status is. Basically, both cases are going to need to kind of coordinate with each other a little bit in order to see what's going on. So I'm setting that non-transport review, May 15th, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be in front of Judge Clotes.
Or does it say probation?
And I'm
Because the guy looked it up yesterday.
I'm appointing the city public defender to represent you. And additionally ordering that if you do get out of custody, no contact with the alleged victim. Do not go to the alleged victim's residence or place of work, assuming that it is a individual victim. And I'm appointing the city public defender to represent you if I haven't said that yet. One last thing is that if you get out of custody, it's important that you come back to your future court dates, because if you don't do that, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest. And also, trial could go forward in your absence if you were convicted at that trial, could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction. Then you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
What was the hold, Your Honor? Was it a felony?
Yes, thank you. And actually, it's adult probation too, so it's both.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Good morning, sir.
Morning,
Just tell me your name.
I'm Ruben Merrifield.
All right, Mr. Merrifield, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a few different things. So I'm seeing you on one count of drive-by shooting, one count of discharging a firearm in the city limits, 2 counts of aggravated assault, deadly weapon, dangerous instrument, another count of discharging a firearm at a non-residential structure, 1 count of possessing a weapon as a prohibited person, another count of discharging a firearm in the city limits, and then 2 counts that I'm going to waive reading on. And you're presumed innocent of all these allegations, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. And so you also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you, sir. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the information in the interim complaints as to each of these 3 matters that we're going to talk about. I did review the information from pretrial services. I did also take a look at the pre-sentence reports that relates to the 2 convictions that you appear to have according to pretrial services. And I also looked at the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $25,000 bond on let's see, it would be the April 8th incident that's alleged to have happened outside or near the Kurdistan smoke shop. And then a $75,000 bond on each of the other 2 matters. Mr. Kaler, sir, anything you want to add?
Your Honor.
And just as a heads up, I'm inclined to go higher. I'll explain my thought process, but let me know what you want me to know, Mr. Kaler.
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Merrifield was on probation at the time of these offenses as well. We'd ask the court to consider the nature of the offenses as alleged in the interim.
LaPratt,
Your Honor, since he was on probation at the time, it is highly unlikely he will get out no matter what the bond is. So I'd ask the court to maintain the state's recommendation. Of course, that's given the court inclination. And I'll just note he is just a 2 on the FTA scale.
all right, thank you for that. The court does note that Mr. Merrifield does appear to have 2 violent prior felony convictions. The facts of those convictions as expressed in the pre-sentence reports are very concerning. The facts as expressed in the interim complaints of these 3 new incidents, extremely concerning as well. And so as it relates to the Kurdistan allegation from April 8th, the court's going to hold Mr. Merriweather on a $150,000 bond as it relates to that case. It's going to be a cash or secured bond. And additionally, no firearms or weapons, no alcohol, illegal drugs. If you do post it, submit to monitoring and treatment by pretrial services. No contact with the alleged victims. Do not go back to the alleged victim's residence, place of work, or the incident location. And next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. It's going to be on May 4th, 1:30 in the afternoon. It's going to be in Pima County Justice Court, but just stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender because they can talk to you more about, you know, what may or not happen as far as future indictments. And then moving on to the second of the 3 cases, this alleges the case that I waived reading on. On that one, I'm going to hold you on a $7,500 cash and secured bond. Again, preliminary hearing is going to be May 4th, 1:30 in the afternoon. Same conditions as with the other case, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Additionally, actually that's going to cover it as to that one. And then on the last matter, this alleges the April 14th incident date, alleging drive-by shooting and discharging in the city limits. On that one, I'm going to hold you, sir, on a $100,000 cash secured bond. Same conditions as the other case. That's going to be, again, no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. If you do get out, pretrial services, no contact with the alleged victims. Do not go to the alleged victim's residence or place of work. Preliminary hearings May 4th, 1:30 in the afternoon. And that takes care of it, sir. Other than that, if you do post a bond, sir, and you get out of custody one way or another, there's no probation hold. You need to come back to your court date, sir, because if you don't do that, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. All right. You're excused.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, 33,007, 1,500, and 100,000.
Correct. No, thank you, Greg.
Good morning. Could you please tell me your name?
Oh, Carlos Gabriel Pagan.
All right, Mr. Pagan, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a couple matters. They both allege the same thing. Actually, just a second. No. Yeah, 2 different incidents, both alleging the same thing. And specifically, they allege 2 counts of possession of a narcotic drug. You're presumed innocent of these allegations. You do have the right to remain silent about them. Anything you say about them could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the state's recommendation and also the information in the interim complaint. State's recommending that I hold you on a $500 bond on each case and set a steps court hearing. Mr. Taylor, anything further?
Nothing at all.
All right, thank you, Mr. LaPrade.
I'd ask the court consider releasing him to pretrial if he's if he's eligible for steps, he'll be supervised by pretrial anyways, if he's out of custody.
How we doing? All right.
That's all I have.
Okay. All right, give me a second. So he does show as a 3 out of 6 on the FTA scale. And he did complete, it looks like his last, at least as far as felonies are concerned, he completed his last sentence in 2020, so almost 6 years ago. I am willing to give you an opportunity, sir, on release to pretrial services, but a couple things are going to be really important. And really at the top of the list is showing up to next court dates. Do you understand that, sir?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So it also looks like you may be eligible for a program called STEPS. Maybe yes, maybe no, but in any event, I'm going to tell you about it and set what's called a STEPS court hearing. So assuming that you are eligible for it, sir, it's a good opportunity in the sense that it gives you a way to have these cases dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. What you would agree to do is participate in drug treatment as it relates to a possible substance abuse problem and stay in contact with pretrial services as your case plays out. I don't need a final decision from you right now, but are you interested in learning more about that opportunity, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Very good. So what we're going to do is we're going to set a steps court hearing. It's going to, and this is going to be on each case. It's going to be 1 week from today. That's going to be April 30th, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be in Superior Court on the 3rd floor in front of Judge Miller. And she can talk to you more about the program, and an attorney can at that time as well. It's really important that you come back to that court date, sir, because if you don't do that, not only could you get a warrant, but if you are eligible for steps, you could lose the ability to participate in it. And also, counsel, are you willing to waive time on the PH?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to set a preliminary hearing date. That's going to be on June 8th. That's going to be at 1:30 in the afternoon. I'm ordering no alcohol or illegal drugs for you, sir, no firearms or weapons, and submit to monitoring or treatment as pretrial services ask you to. And then that's going to be the same for each case. And so give me just a second to punch all this in, and then we will be done.
So I got released.
Yes, sir.
All
All right, so that takes care of it, sir. Really important that you come back to court next Thursday, so please be there, 9 o'clock next Thursday.
Yes, sir. I will be.
All right, good luck to you, sir. We'll see you then. All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Please tell me your name.
Andres Diaz.
Yeah, this is your initial.
Sir.
A couple matters. So one alleges that you possess a dangerous drug. The other alleges that you committed driving under the influence as a misdemeanor. They're both alleged to have happened yesterday. On both these things, you're presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. So in order to prepare for this hearing, and actually, let me slow down just slightly. I'm appointing the public defender to represent you, sir. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information in the interim complaint, reviewed the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on an a $1,500 bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further? By the way, it does appear that he might be eligible for steps, given that it looks like the DUI is headed to justice court. So is the state okay with that screen, or what's the state's position on that, at least?
Your Honor, no objection to setting a steps court hearing. And we can screen him for that. You know, I will have to, in that process, I'm sure they'll look into whether or not that misdemeanor DUI is going to be joined with any case here. But so no objection to that, Your Honor. And the purpose for the bond recommendation was in part the possession of dangerous drugs in conjunction with what appears to be driving under the influence. So,
okay. Thank you very much. Mr. LaPrat, sir?
Does the court consider release if he is eligible for steps? He'll need to be supervised by pretrial services anyways. He's got some priors, they're pretty old. 6-7 years. Looks like he also has verified ties to the community.
All right, thank you very much. So, sir, I am willing to take a chance and release you to supervision of pretrial services. However, I need you to follow some specific directives. Okay. You need to not drive without a valid driver's license, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And also, because you're being supervised by pretrial services, please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Counsel, are you willing to waive time on the PH?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we're going to set the preliminary hearing. That's going to be on June 8th at 1:30. So it's important that you stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender. They can talk with you more about that process. And also, the thing I want to talk with you about, sir, is I'm actually setting a hearing sooner than that. It's going to be 1 week from today. It's called a steps court hearing. So we've been talking about this steps program. And so what it is assuming that you're eligible for it, I don't know for sure, but assuming that you're eligible for it, it would give you a way to have this case, excuse me, at least the drug part of the case dismissed without you even being indicted, let alone convicted. All right. So it's a good opportunity. What you would agree to do is participate in some drug treatment and stay in contact with pretrial services. You don't need to make a decision on whether or not you want to do it for sure or not, but is that something you're interested in learning more about?
Yeah, no, I'll do it. I definitely, if it's gonna help, I want to do it.
Okay. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to set what's called a steps court hearing. It's 1 week from today. So next Thursday at 9 o'clock in the morning, and that's going to be in Superior Court. So that's on the 3rd floor in front of Judge Miller. And so you can come on down, please come on down a week from today, learn more about that program. If you want to enter into it, great. You'll be able to talk to an attorney of your own at that time to, have some private consultation and so forth. So I'm going to release you to pretrial services. Like I said, that takes care of the felony. Let's talk about the misdemeanor real quick, and then you'll be out of here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So on that, sir, I am going to release you on the misdemeanor as well. And on that, your next court date is going to be on May 19th at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be in Justice Court, not Superior Court, but Justice Court. You're going to get paperwork that says where that is and more info on your court date, but May 19th, 9 o'clock in the morning. Releasing you on your promise to appear, but again, do not drive without a valid driver's license, no alcohol or illegal drugs. And
yes, sir,
that should take care of it. Other than that, you got to come back to future court dates, sir, because if you don't, probably going to get a warrant for your arrest. You could be in that same seat you're in now. All right.
Yeah, no.
All right.
I promise I'll. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and then, yeah, no problem, sir. Your excuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Leandro Leondo Jr.
Thank you very much. Just a second. All right, and sir, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a warrant that alleges that you failed to appear in relation to an aggravated assault allegation. It's a class 4 aggravated assault, and you are presumed innocent of that. And just a second. And the amount on the warrant lists $10,000. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. And I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you in order to prepare for the hearing or review the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is the $10,000 amount on the warrant. Mr. Taylor, anything further?
Your Honor, I would just note the nature of the offense. It appears he struck the victim in the back of the head with currently unknown object. And so, Your Honor, we're asking for that $10,000 as listed in the warrant.
All right, thank you very much. And Mr. LaPrade?
I just note, he's 20 years old, has no priors. I'd ask about no more than $5,000.
Thank you. Just a second. The court does note that he's 2 out of 6 on the failure to appear scales to reduce the bond a little bit from what is listed on the warrant. That's going to be a $7,500 cash secured bond. So Mr. Elizondo, if you post that bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring and treatment that they ask you to comply with. No firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Your next court date is going to be an arraignment. That's going to be 1 week from today, 1:30 in the afternoon in Superior Court downtown. If you do get out, sir, you post the bond, then it's important that you come back for that arraignment, because if you don't do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Sir.
All right, thank you.
Estrada. Estrada.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
All right. Would you please tell me your name?
Santiago Benito Ramos Estrada.
All right, Mr. Estrada, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a couple different, or 3 different charges. One charge alleging possession of a narcotic drug, 1 charge alleging possession of drug paraphernalia, 1 charge alleging unlawful use of a means of transportation. On all of these, you are presumed innocent, and you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, the court did consider the information in the pretrial services workup, the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $5,000 bond in lieu of a no bond hold, which says that if you're on release for 1 or more felony case, and while you're on release, you're alleged to have picked up a new felony case, then the state could hold you without bond. They're not asking for that. Mr. Taylor, anything further?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. LaPrade?
Because the state isn't moving to hold him without bond, I have nothing further.
All right, thank you. So I am going to hold Mr. Estrada on that $5,000 cash secured bond. And going to set your next court date, sir. It's going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on May 4th, 1:30 in the afternoon. Going to order no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victims. And let's see. Yeah, that should take care of it, sir, other than to let you know that it's important that you come back to your next court dates, because if you don't do that, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. And you'll probably find yourself in that same seat you're in now. All right. So good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Okay. That's it.
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning. Please tell me your name.
Manuel Estrada Junior, sir.
All right. Mr. Estrella, this is your initial appearance. I've seen you on charge that alleges that you committed a burglary in the 3rd degree. And you're presumed innocent of that. I'm sorry, burglary in the 2nd degree. Anything you say about it could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. I'm also seeing you on a couple failures to appear at a Tucson City Court, each of which alleged to relate to a count of disorderly conduct alleged to be an act of domestic violence. We're going to talk about the felony first and then move on to the misdemeanors. I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for the hearing, I reviewed the information from the interim complaint, the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $5,000 bond, and the information from pretrial services. Mr. Taylor, anything further?
Your Honor, I would just note that Mr. Estrada, excuse me, is a 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale, and also the new criminal activity scale. He does have prior felony convictions. So for that reason, Your Honor, I believe the bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. LaPrade?
And ask bond of $3,000. It looks like he's homeless. I'd be surprised if he could post 3,000. I'd be shocked if he could post 5,000.
Okay, thank you very much. So the court is going to impose that $5,000 bond. Just taking a look at the criminal history, it does appear that Mr. Estrella has prior convictions for similar type of conduct. And so that plus the information from the pretrial services metrics lead me to that $5,000 bond. It's going to be pretrial services if you post a bond, sir. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with if you do post it. Next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on May 4th, 1:30 in the afternoon. Additionally, ordering that you possess no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim. Do not go back to the alleged victim's residence and or place of work. Last thing, sir, is that if you do get out, you got to come back to your future court dates, because if you do not do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest. So we're going to talk about the two city matters now. And on these, again, failure to appear allegations on some domestic violence charges, disorderly conduct, assaults, and so forth. And on those, I'm going to hold you on a $500 cash secured bond. Set your next court date for a video review. That's going to be on May 1st. That's going to be 1:45 in the afternoon in front of Judge Maldonado. And if you get out, it's going to be no contact of any kind with the alleged victims. Do not go to the alleged victim's residence or place of work. Appointing the city public defender to represent you. And noting the felony hold. And on the city court stuff, sir, not only could you get a warrant if you don't come back to court, but you could also have these trials go forward in your absence. If you were convicted at those trials, could not be sentenced within 90 days of the conviction, you could lose the ability to appeal those convictions. Do you understand that, sir? All right, thank you. You're excused.
Yes. Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
It's Anthony Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, this is your initial appearance. I am seeing you on charges that allege that you possess a narcotic drug, that you possess drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent of these allegations. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the information in the interim complaint, review the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond instead of steps court hearing. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Gonzalez is on probation. So for that reason, Your Honor, I believe the bond is correct.
All right, thank you very much. And Mr. LaPrat.
If the court is inclined to hold him on a bond, I'd ask it just be $500, because if he is eligible for steps, he'll probably get that dropped. And that's if he gets a probation hold stuff not put on him too.
Got it. And I'm at jail. I'm assuming there is no hold as of right now, or Mr. LaPrat, if you know.
I'm sorry, what you said? Yes, there is a hold.
Okay, all right. So in light of that, I am going to do the $500 cash secured bond. But as you just heard, sir, it sounds like you have a probation hold. So the bond is kind of academic, but you will get time credit. So that's good at least. I'm going to order that you possess no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs if you do get out. Next court date is going to be on May 4th. That's going to be a preliminary hearing at 1:30 in the afternoon. And also, sir, it looks like you might be eligible for a program called STEPS. And so assuming that you're eligible for it, it could be a good opportunity in the sense that it could give you an opportunity to have this entire case dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. You would agree to participate in some drug treatment and stay in contact with pretrial services. And if you hold up your end of the bargain and get that treatment done, then the entire case would be dismissed. Are you interested in learning more about that, sir?
Yep. Yes, sir.
All right, so good. We're going to set your next court date. It's going to be a steps court hearing. It's going to be 1 week from today on April 30th at 9 o'clock in the morning. And so you can learn more about the program then, speak with an attorney about it privately and figure out what you'd like to do. And I'm going to keep the preliminary hearing date on the 4th, given that he remains in custody.
Thank you.
You got it. Thanks. And yeah, just if you do get out, sir, you got to come back to court. That's the last thing from me. You're excused. Thanks. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Mark Elvin Hubbard.
Hubbard, this is your initial appearance. Just a second. I'm seeing you on charges that allege, 2 counts alleging possession of a dangerous drug, 2 counts alleging possession of drug paraphernalia, and then 1 count alleging possession of a narcotic drug. As to all these matters, sir, you are presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And you do have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. And in order to prepare for the hearing, I'll review the information in the interim complaints, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 bond, set a steps court hearing as well. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, I would just note Mr. Hubbard's felony history. Other than that, Your Honor, nothing further.
All right, thank you, Ms. LaPrade.
I'd ask the court consider releasing him to pretrial services, as that's what he would be released to should he be eligible for steps.
Okay, just a second. Sir, if I release you, will you come back to court?
Yes, sure. Your Honor, I will.
Really important that you do that, because if you don't, my standard line is that you'll probably get a warrant for your arrest, and you'll probably find yourself in the exact same seat you're in right now. So it's important that you do that. And so it also looks like you might be eligible for a program called STEPS. And so that's a good opportunity if you are eligible for it, in the sense that it could give you a way to have this entire case dismissed before you ever got indicted, let alone convicted. And so what that is basically you'd agree to complete drug treatment and stay in contact with pretrial services. If you took care of that, and then you graduated from the program, the whole case would be dismissed. Are you interested in learning more about that opportunity? Okay, great. So we're going to set that next hearing. It's going to be a steps court hearing. It's going to be 1 week from today. That's on April 30th, 9 o'clock in the morning in Superior Court in front of Judge Miller. She's on the 3rd floor. It's important that you go to that hearing, sir, because if you don't, you could lose the ability to participate in steps if you're eligible for it, get a warrant for your arrest, things like that. Mr. LaPrade, you willing to waive time on the PH?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. And so we're going to set a preliminary hearing June 8th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender, sir. They can tell you more about that. I'm ordering no alcohol, illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Thank you. You are excused.
Thank you.
Prefer have a pulse.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just tell me your name.
Gatekeeper.
Keeper, this is your initial appearance. And I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possess a narcotic drug and that you committed shoplifting, which is alleged to be a felony version of shoplifting. So on both these allegations, sir, you are presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And you do have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I'll review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is I hold you on a $2,500 bond. It does also appear that you may be on probation.
The jail tells me he has a hold, Your Honor.
Okay, there is a hold. Okay. So, Mr. Kaler, in light of the hold, anything to add?
With all that, Your Honor, nothing.
Okay, Ms. LaPrade.
In light of the hold, I'd ask a bond of $1,000.
All right, I am willing to do that $1,000 bond. So, Mr. Keeper, it does sound like you have a hold. So, I wouldn't attempt to post that bond at this stage of things because you're still going to remain in custody. I'm ordering no alcohol, illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Do not go back to the incident location, which appears to be Home Depot. In fact, don't go back to any Home Depot store, please, while this case is playing out. And going to set your preliminary hearing. That's going to be on May 4th, 1:30 in the afternoon. And so please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender because they can tell you more about that and whether or not you do or do not get indicted. Also noting the probation hold on there. And that should take care of it. Other than if you get out of custody, sir, you need to come back to court dates. Because if you do not do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest. All right, you are excused.
Wall Street.
How are we doing, Your Honor?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Not really, but yeah.
Well, you know, we all face adverse circumstances here and there. I believe we do have a a victim present on this matter as well. And so I will hear from the victim in just a moment, but let me start the hearing. Your initial appearance. And I am seeing you on charges that allege that you committed 2 counts of domestic violence assault involving an allegation of strangulation. And you are presumed innocent of those allegations, or anything you say about them could be used against you. And you do have the right to remain silent as well. And you also have the right to be represented by an attorney. So I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $50,000 cash secured bond, noting the high Form 4C risk. The court is also reviewing the information in the Form 4C assessment. But I do want to hear from the victim as well. Is the victim present on the line still and wishing to be heard?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. And ma'am, could you please say your name and then let me know what you'd like me to know?
My name is Jessica Farrell.
Thank you. And ma'am, would you like me to know? I mean, the main decision today is going to be whether or not Mr. Kowalski stays in custody, and additional conditions relating to contact, no contact, things of that sort. So ma'am, please let me know your thoughts.
I would prefer he stayed in custody, just due to the fact that it could have ended in my life, because he was not willing to stop what he was doing to me. And I would like to have an order of protection and a no contact.
Okay, so that, and ma'am, just and I'll allow you to let me know anything else you'd like me to know. But as it relates to the order of protection, you can go through. There's a slight process to get one of those. You can get one of those. What I can order as it relates to this case is that he have no contact with you whatsoever. And that's a standard order that I would apply in any circumstance like this. But if you want an order of protection that provides potentially a little bit more in the way of protection, you would need to go through a separate process to do that. But you can contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office, the Pima County Attorney's Office, or the Tucson City Prosecutor's Office. They could probably assist you with that as well. The best bet is going to be contact the Victim Services Division of the Pima County Attorney's Office, given that we're talking about felony allegations here. Was there anything else that you wanted me to know this morning, ma'am?
I just want you to understand that based on what the hospital had said to me when I did get hospitalized, they said that if I would have been strangled for any longer than what I was, I could have actually potentially died, because they saw a lot of bleeding on the inside of my throat. Based on that fact, I personally don't approve of him being released on any type of bond.
Thank you. Thank you. And I do, ma'am, I do take these allegations very, very seriously. And I'm sorry that this is something that you may have experienced, or that you did experience, excuse me. But I'm glad that it did not end up worse than it did, although the allegations are very, very concerning. And what did happen is very, very concerning to the courts. So thank you for being here today, ma'am. Mr. Kaler, anything further in light of that?
Your Honor, I would just acknowledge the serious nature of this sort of offense and the allegation of intimate partner strangulation and the risk that potentially poses if Mr. Kowalski were to be released. So, Your Honor, we are recommending that $50,000 bond.
Thank you very much, Mr. LaPrade.
I'd ask a bond of $15,000. He's 26 years old without any history, felony or misdemeanor up to this point. 1-1 on the NCA FTA scale. He heard it very thoroughly this morning, how serious this is, and knows that the no contact order is something that he must abide, and no matter what level of bond, he would find himself right back in jail should he violate the no contact order.
All right, thank you very much. So the court is going to impose a $40,000 cash secured bond for Mr. Kowalski. and some conditions, sir, that are really important. And some of these apply regardless of whether you remain in custody or if you post that bond. First of all, no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence. If you do post a bond and you get out, you're going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. You are ordered to have no contact with the alleged victim whatsoever. No contact means no contact. If you are still in the jail, no phone calls, no messaging, no nothing to the victim. If you are out of the jail, no contact in any way, shape, or form. Direct, indirect, third parties, in person, any of that. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Additionally, I'm ordering that you not go to the victim's residence and or place of work. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on May 4th at 1:30 in the afternoon. It's important that you stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender because they can talk to you more about what all is going on with that. And then that should take care of it. You, sir, are.
I have a good question.
Sure, I'm sure. Go for it.
It is my house, so how would I deal with that?
Right. So that's something that you're not able to go back to the victim's residence. So
Okay,
if you live at separate places, then if you do, then you can go back to your residence. Okay. You cannot go to the victim's residence. You cannot go to her place of work. You cannot have any contact with her whatsoever. So as long as you can follow those three very important rules and go back to your residence, then you are okay to go back to your residence. All right. And one last thing, sir, is that you got to come back to future court dates because if you do not do that, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. All right. You are excused.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. And Ms. Farrell, thanks for being here this morning.
Thank you for letting me be on.
Of course. You're entitled to it. Morning, sir.
Good morning,
Just tell me your name.
Matthew Madden.
Mr. Madden, this is your initial appearance. Seen you on a couple new felony matters.
Any other reference?
In total, we're talking about 1 count of drive-by shooting, 2 counts of aggravated assault, deadly weapon, dangerous instrument, another count of discharging a firearm at a non-residential structure, and then 1 count of discharging a firearm in the city limits. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations, and you do have the right to remain silent because anything you say about these matters could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaints, excuse me, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $50,000 bond on each of the 2 cases. Mr. Taylor, anything further?
Your Honor, just given the nature of the offense and the dangerousness of this kind of offense, we're recommending that bond. Nothing additional. This.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. LaPrade.
Ask a bond of $30,000 on each case, noting he's 21 years old without any criminal history, felony or misdemeanor, and he's only a 2 on the NCA scale and a 1 on the FTA scale.
All right, thank you very much. Just a second. All right, the court is going to impose the $50,000 cash secured bond as to each of the 2 cases. While Mr. Madden is presumed innocent, the information as it relates to the Kurdistan allegation from April 8th is that surveillance video captured him or someone looking very like him shooting firearms towards the alleged victims. So again, presumed innocent, just allegations at this point, but nevertheless, the court's concerns prompt a $50,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Madden, sir, if you post that bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services. So no, please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Additionally, going to order no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, and no contact with the alleged victims. And do not go back to the alleged victims' residence, work, or the incident location, which is some overlap there between, but don't go back to the Kurdistan location among other things. All right. Of work. All right, and so that takes care of the first one. Let me move on to the second one real quick. And if I didn't say this, preliminary hearing is May 4th on each of these matters. Alrighty. All right, thank you, sir. You are, well, one last thing. So if you bond out, got to come back to court, because if you don't do that, then a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. All right. Other than that, sir, you are excused. Thank you.
Go ahead and have the phone first.
All right. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Tell me your name.
Clarissa Montiveros.
All right, Ms. Montiveros, this is your initial appearance. Just a second. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possess a narcotic drug, possess drug paraphernalia. Also going to see you on a warrant alleging that you failed to appear on a Tucson City court case alleging prescription-only drug possession. And so in order to, and you're also entitled to an attorney on this. So as far as that goes, I'm going to appoint the Pima County legal defender to represent you. And in order to prepare for the hearing, to review the information in the interim complaint, review the information for pretrial and the state's recommendation, which I hold you on a $1,500, $1,500 bond in lieu of a no bond hearing, and set a steps court hearing. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, nothing additional.
All right, Mr. LaPrade.
In light of the in lieu, I don't have anything to add.
All right, so I am going to impose that $1,500 cash secured bond, ma'am. If you post it, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring and treatment that they ask you to comply with. Additionally, looks like you might be eligible for a program called STEPS. And so what that is assuming that you're eligible, it could give you a way to have this entire case dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. What you would agree to do is participate in some drug treatment, stay in contact with pretrial services. If you get all the treatment requirements done, stay in contact with pretrial services, your case would be dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. Are you interested in learning more about that, man?
Yes.
All right. So we're going to set a next court date. It's going to be 1 week from today. That's going to be on Thursday, April 30th, 9 o'clock in the morning. And it's going to be in Superior Court downtown on the 3rd floor. It's going to be in front of Judge Miller. And so if you want to enter into the program and you're eligible for it, you can learn more about it at that time. We're also setting a preliminary hearing on May 4th at 1:30 in the afternoon. It's important that you come back to future court dates, and if you do not do that, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. And we're going to talk about the city court matter real quick. And that alleges failure to appear again, prescription only drug possession, criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, possession of drug paraphernalia. And on all that, again, presumed innocent. On these matters, I'm going to release you. I'm going to appoint the city public defender, release you, and set what's called a non-transport review. It's going to be on May 15th. It's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning in a different courthouse, Tucson City Court. So it's important that you come back to that court date, ma'am, if you're out of custody by then, which there's probably a good chance that you would be. At least there's a decent chance if you're able to post that bond. Then you need to come back to that court date, because if you don't, you just could get another warrant and then have the process start over. And as I said, appointing the city public defender to represent you. And also, not only could you get a warrant, but trial could go forward in your absence on the city court matter. So, and if you couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, if you were convicted after you didn't show up for trial, then you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. you understand that, ma'am? Okay, all right, thank you very much. You're excused.
Keys.
Morning, sir.
Morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Well, yeah.
Right, yeah, I mean,
Thanks.
life happens. So, please.
David Kenneth Kiwis.
Kiwis, this is your initial appearance, sir. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possessed a narcotic drug and you possessed drug paraphernalia. And you're presumed innocent of those allegations, sir. And you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. I am going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. In order to prepare for the hearing, I did review the information in the interim complaint, the state's recommendation, and the information from pretrial services. State is recommending release to pretrial services in a steps court hearing. Mr. LaPrade, any objection to any of that? All right. So that's what I'm going to do. So, Mr. Kiwis, it looks like you could be eligible for a program. You probably are, actually, given your absence of other criminal history. You're probably going to be eligible for a program called STEPS, which is a really good opportunity, in my opinion. Talk to a lawyer about it. You'll have the ability to talk to a lawyer about it before. But my opinion is that it's a good opportunity because it gives you a way to have your entire case dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. All right. So what you would agree to do and actually need to do is participate in some treatment as it relates to a possible substance abuse problem, and then stay in contact with pretrial services as your case plays out. You do those two things and you complete the treatment that's asked of you, then the entire case gets dismissed. Are you interested in learning more about that opportunity, sir?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to set a steps court hearing. It's going to be 1 week from today. That's going to be on Thursday, April 30th, at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be in Superior Court in front of Judge Miller. She's on the 3rd floor in Superior Court. Also waive time on the PH, Mr. LaPrade?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to set a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on June 8th at 1:30 in the afternoon. I'm ordering no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons for you, sir. And again, you are going to be released, and it's the pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with, and then come on back to court, Superior Court, that is, next Thursday at 9 o'clock, so you can learn more about that STEPS opportunity. And just in general, it's important that you come back to court dates, because if you don't do that, sir, a warrant could issue for your arrest. You could find yourself on that same seat you're in now. All right?
Okay.
All right, your excuse.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
This last one,
Yes.
was this a felony hold up? You put her down as a criminal transport.
Yes, yes, it is. Sorry. Thank you. You got it.
Thanks. Have a go.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Francisco Rabogo.
Mr. Rabago, this is your initial appearance.
Yes, sir.
Each second. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed theft of means of transportation, burglary in the 3rd degree, possession of weapon by a prohibited possessor, theft, discharging a firearm in the city limits, and then disorderly conduct involving a firearm. As to all of these charges, sir, you are presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent, of course. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. In order to prepare for the hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which would I hold you on a $25,000 cash or secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Nothing additional this time.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. LaPrade.
Ask a bond of $10,000. So he has one prior. Looks like he killed his number in 2019. The prior to stems from 2008. Looks like he was homeless before he got arrested, so he's unlikely to be able to post any bond. But he's got someone, his sister, who's willing to assume third-party custody.
All right, thank you very much. So the court's going to impose a $15,000 cash secured bond. And so, Mr. Arabago, if you post that bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring and treatment that they ask you to comply with. Also going to order that you not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and have no contact with the alleged victims, I should say. And then your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on May 4th, 1:30 in the afternoon. Stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender's office, please, because they can tell you more about that. It's important that you come back to future court dates, because if you do not do that, sir, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Thank you very much. You are excused.
Benson.
Morning, ma'am.
Hi.
Could you please
How are you? Eliza Donna Ransom.
Okay, so this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possess the dangerous drug and that you possess drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent of those allegations. Just a second. Okay, you're presumed innocent of this allegation. It also does appear that you may have a probation hold. And so I am going to appoint an attorney, and that's going to be the Pima County Public Defender's Office. You also have the right to remain silent, and anything you say about this matter could be used against you. And so in order to prepare for the hearing, I reviewed the information in the interim complaint and from pretrials information in the state's recommendation, which is that I impose a $1,000 bond and set a steps court hearing. Mr. Taylor, anything further?
Nothing additionally, Your Honor, just the probation, potential probation.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. LaPrade.
The jail showing a probation hold, so I'd ask bond $1,000.
All right, thank you. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to impose that $1,000 cash or secured bond. And if you do happen to get out, ma'am, you're going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring and treatment that they ask you to comply with. I'm going to order no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Your next court date is going to be on May 4th. That's going to be at 1:30 in the afternoon in Superior Courts. Also, it looks like you might be eligible for a program called STEPS. And so the way that works is that you could earn the dismissal of this case before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. What you would agree to do, ma'am, if you're interested in this opportunity, is participate in some drug treatment, stay in contact with pretrial services. If you get that treatment requirement done and you stay in contact with pretrial services, then the entire case gets dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. I'm not certain if you're going to be eligible, but is that something you're interested in learning more about?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to set a hearing. It's going to be 1 week from today. It's a steps court hearing. It's going to be on Thursday, April 30th, 9 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be in front of Judge Miller on the 3rd floor of Superior Court. And so, assuming that you're still in custody at that time, you'll be seen by her. So just stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender. They can talk with you more about all this. All right, you are excused.
Down. No. To the ladies.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name. Mr. Vidal, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed burglary in the 3rd degree, possession of drug paraphernalia. Burglary in the 3rd degree is a lone felony, and then you have a drug paraphernalia, shoplifting, and criminal damage allegation that are alleged to be misdemeanors. Also seeing you on a failure to appear warrant out of Tucson City Court, alleging that you failed to appear in relation to a criminal trespass charge. And you also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you. In order to prepare for the hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint and the state's recommendation, should I hold you on a $2,500 cash secured bond? Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, given Mr. Vidal's criminal history and the failures to appear, I think a $2,500 bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you, Mr. LaPrade.
The information from pretrial indicates he's homeless. I'd ask a bond of $1,000.
All right, I am willing to do that $1,000 bond. He does also show as a 6 out of 6 on the new criminal activity scale and a 5 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale. If you do happen to post that bond, sir, you're going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. I'm also ordering no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Additionally, do not go back to Circle K, please. Next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on May 4th, 1:30 in the afternoon. Please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender. They can tell you more about all of that. And we have to talk about the misdemeanors real quick. So we have 2 misdemeanor FTAs. On those, I'm going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond and set a next court date. It's going to be a video review on May 1st. And that's going to be in front of Judge Cranshaw. At 1:45 in the afternoon. Appointing the city public defender. No alcohol or illegal drugs. And then last thing for me, sir, is that not only could you get a warrant if you didn't show up to the next hearing in your city court stuff, but trial could go forward in your absence. If trial did go forward in your absence and you were convicted of that trial, couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, you would lose the ability to appeal the conviction. Do you understand, sir? Mr. Vidal?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay. all right.
Judge,
Go ahead.
I think he was nodding off this entire time. I think he might need to be continued to this evening.
Seems appropriate to me. So jail, we're gonna show that Mr. Vidal is continued to this evening so that he can be able to be a little bit more tuned into what is happening as to his matters. So just a second. Can you change? Thank you.
Hey.
Alrighty.
You go.
Alrighty. Thank you, sir. You're going to be seen tonight. So please get some rest and talk to jail medical if you are having health issues as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. And then last but not least, we have Miss Windsor.
Sir, sir.
Yes, please. Actually. And good morning. Could you please tell me your name?
Saban.
Saban.
Robert.
Yeah. I guessed wrong on the gender. So good morning to you, sir. So I'm seeing you on some warrants. They are out of Gila County, alleging failures to appear for possession of drug paraphernalia, 3 counts of that, and then a failure to appear warrant on a failure to appear allegation. So on all of this, you're presumed innocent. You do have the right to remain silent. And it looks like the bonds list $1,000. So I'm going to hold you on a $1,000 bond. And your next court date is going to be on May 25th. That's going to be basically to see whether or not Gila County has had you transported back there. If you have, then this court date will go away. If you haven't, then we'll talk about why that is. And if there's any sort of update on that. And
Excuse me.
yeah, do you have a question? You feeling all right, sir?
I passed gas.
Oh,
I apologize.
oh. All right. Well, you know, it happens to the best of us. So, all right, sir, it's $1,000 cash secure bond. That's all I can do for today, sir. So you are excused. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Got it.
What?
And with that, we're done. We made it.